lie with your hands palm up and just let the energy wash over you and through you.
Oh, hang on, I've got a double delay going on. There we go. Hi everybody. How are you doing? Oh, Embry, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, I need to move all this back. Look, I've got the Look at that. It's not very professional, is it? There we go. And we've got that up there. Okay. Okay. Hi, Davidius. Did you, Aphot? I would, if it's something that hasn't been listened to, yeah, just send it me now. Send it me now, and I'll put it on for tonight because I know you're good for it. We've got a really long one tonight because I've got a sneaky feeling that. Hang on. That's better. Okay, I've got a sneaky feeling. Send it to amberdpromo@gmail.com. Send it now and I'll put it on the list. I've got a sneaky feeling that on Tuesday next week, I'm not going to be feeling like doing a demo drop because it'll be after the weekender, if you catch my drift. So I will be recovering. Or still celebrating. I don't know yet. Hi, Lena. So, yeah. Thank you, everyone, for being here for my birthday celebrations as well over the last week. Half a week. Yeah. I probably won't look very good on Tuesday. Or be with it. If you know what I mean. So what I wanted to do was just try and get as much of the backlog sorted out as possible. So that is what I am going to do. So it's quite a long one, so get strapped in. We're just going to get on with it. I'm going to try not to talk too much, but I am not promising anything because it's very difficult for me not to talk. Paste without formatting. Copy. And there's a lot of really good music in here tonight. There's a few that we're going to need to that are in here for some help. You know, because ultimately the demo drop really was started to help people, you know, improve on their music. And a lot of you have now improved on your music, but I don't want you to stop sending it in. So there's a lot of really good, really well result polished productions that we're going to be playing. And then there's a few which, you know, we could give some constructive criticism on. As always, if we don't say a lot after we've played, or if I don't say a lot after we've played the track, then that's got to be a good thing. You know, I'm going to be eating my chicken while I'm like a cave woman at the moment. Eating it's so nice. Eating lots of protein, low carb, low sugar. No carbs before the weekender. There's my chat. There you are. And there is your noise, Drew Clute. My God, guys. You wait till you hear Drew Clute's new one. You not talking, I know. See, no, I'm still doing it already. We still haven't heard the first one. So the first one I'm going to play is Aphot, Crying Over You. Here we go.
You just want me crying over you. You just want me crying over you.
my goodness. Aphot, what a great track to start with. I love your style of D&B. Like, guys, for some context, I've known Aphot for a long time. Signed a lot of his like progressive trance stuff to one of my labels a long time ago. Seen him evolve as an artist over possibly 10 years. Something like that, isn't it, babe? And then we got in touch again, you know, with my Twitch and stuff, and, you know, he's become a part of our community again now on Demo Drop. I'm so proud of you. What I especially like about this, I mean, I don't know a lot about drum and bass from a production point of view, but I know good sounds when I hear it. I know good melodies, and also the way that you're expressing this. You know, you've got this, like, there's a guitar in there, and then like the piano, the electric piano in there, and the beautiful vocal, female vocal, and then you've got that, and I always say this, juxtaposed duality of your growls and, you know, the speed and the energy of the drum and bass track, which is so balanced. It works so well. I thought it was a little bit on the long side, but it certainly wasn't boring at all. I like having extended mixes like this when I'm playing D&B, because I think sometimes it's difficult to really get into a track when it's only 3 minutes long. So really liked it. I loved, especially near the end, where your growls were getting more harmonically distorted with the saturation, and how you were pushing that. How beautiful it sounds as it breaks up. You know, I've even got goosebumps just thinking about that. Really, really well done. I'd like to ask you as well what synth or synths you use for that, because I really liked it. Or what would your effects chain be for that? So I'll just move my chicken out the way. Cool. I wanted to try and make progressive D&B. I use Serum. Yay! Oh, that's good to know. Serum's amazing, isn't it? It really is. It is. It really is. Loved it. Loved it. I would love to see how you do your bass sound design as well. Like, it's really important, especially in this day and age where a lot of people do produce. If you can, like, get your head around it, to start doing a bit of sound design, synthesis, because in that we'll have you on, actually, if that's possible, and get you to walk us through if you're happy to do that. That'd be wonderful. Because when you make your own sound from scratch, like, you're the only person who's got that sound, quite literally as well, especially when you start going into like FM, and I mean, stuff can always sound really similar, but if you, like, what your parameters will be set at will always be different. So that's nice. I mean, it's all very well using presets. I don't think there's anything wrong with using presets either, but it's nice to be able to change or amend, modify those presets without being too scared to touch anything. And like we said a few times on this show, doing reverse engineering. If you've got a favorite preset on your synth, load it up and then try and get it back to its original waveform, taking off all the effects as you go, taking off the voices, taking off any the effects on there, like distortion or EQing, maybe, if the synth has those capabilities, taking it all back down to its, you know, the most basic of waveforms. And when you do that, obviously you know how to get to that sound. So it's really important. Dead mouse slap serum on everything. LOL. All in the processing. I didn't know that. That's cool. So yeah, guys, please get following Aphot as well. SoundCloud is in the chat right now. Hi, Carsten. Okay, who's next? Next up, we have got Emphasis Frisson, who is Random But Raw. I've made a track with Random But Raw. Rob Yellowy. So here we go. So that was Emphasis Frisson, is it? Frisson? Shivers. AKA Random But Raw. Excuse me. One of my most favoritist hard house producers. This one's more like his hard trance or psytrance kind of vibe. And yeah, I really like this one. Nicely done, Rob. Nothing to add. Thank you, Unit Division. If you got an email from me, then it's in. Yeah, I think a lot of us enjoyed that one, didn't we? So yeah, if you want to go and support Rob, go and give him a follow there on the SoundCloud. So always worth doing as well, because you'll usually find that these artists will have like free downloads and stuff from time to time of their music. So it's always worth giving them a follow, you know, and also, of course, it spreads the love as well. So please make sure you're hosting. Thanks, guys. And also big thank you to Darren, Ember and Events, both of you for following, and Pete Maxwell. Thank you so much for subscribing with your Amazon Prime. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Unit Division had not had an email. This list is getting longer. Send it me now and I'll put it on the list. What was it called? I don't think I have got yours in, actually. Just send it me again now and I'll put it on the list. Hang on, I have got it. It's called Tomorrow. So you have had an email. Go and have a look again. Go and check. I have a track of yours in called Tomorrow. Yeah, I've got it. So you should have got a reply from me. Stop it, Richie! You're making me laugh. Okay, let's move on. So next up, we've got Madda and Darren Simpson, who I've seen in the chat, and this is Sorrow. So guys, that's Madda and Darren Simpson. Welcome Darren as well. And Sorrow. I really liked it. It's more in the harder scale of hard house for me. But I do have I have moments, especially at certain times of the month, where I'm like, right, I'm going to go and get my grunters out. And this track is definitely a grunter. There you go. And Prosser, you've got it. Lovely little vocal to balance out the evil melody. Juxtaposy thingy. Yeah, exactly. It works so well, doesn't it? It really does. And it also makes this kind of style of hard house so much more accessible to people who aren't usually into filth. So I'm much more likely to play a filth track if it has a vocal line in it or some kind of melody. Otherwise, it can be slightly too heavy. You know, it can be a bit too much one way. But this was so balanced and so well done. I feel it might be slightly over limited. Because it does feel a little bit flat, but I also understand that that's kind of the style as well. So that could just be my own personal preference coming in there. I'd have liked the kick to be a bit more prominent in the mix. But it's got the appeal to the younger generation too. It's compressed to hell, but it's nice. Exactly. It's a really good tune. It reminds me of something else as well. I can't remember what else it reminds me of. It reminds me of another It reminds me kind of like, is it Lee Mills kind of stuff? And Leon Allen, I think it was, from way back in the day. You know, I really like the gruntiness and the grittiness, because it's all energy, isn't it? It's all energy. So yeah, really well done, guys. Really well done. Yeah, sounded good to me as well. Thank you for letting us listen to it. Yeah. It's not easy making hard house either. Like, we'd think it would be, but I don't find it easy. DJ Ali Wilson! Hi! Oi, oi! Am I going to see you at the Weekender, mate? Ali Wilson's another really good producer. I play a lot of his techie stuff. A lot of it. What you saying, mate? Good, because I'm celebrating my birthday, so I'll get to see you there. Yeah, as I was saying, making hard house, like, I've always struggled to make hard house. Like, all the stuff that I have released, finished and done myself, like from start to finish, they're not hard house tunes. I mean, there's the odd donk tune. Like, I find bounce can be easier because when I'm in the mindset of making donk, it's usually like comedy value. Like, even though I do spend time getting it all sorted or getting it all, you know, done properly, I find, because I'm really particular with my hard house, really particular. Like, and I because of playing it for 21 years, it has to be really, really, really good. And I think to be really, really good at making hard house, you need to be making it a lot, finishing hard house a lot, and improving once you've, you know, ticked it off, learned what you've learned in that last track. Very similar to what Guy was telling us in the breakdown of his musical journey. And if there's one thing I'm really, really bad at, yeah, Savage Cabbage, exactly. So if there's one thing I'm really bad at, it is finishing music to move on to the next thing. It's like I'm scared of it not sounding good enough. But without doing this, none of us will ever get better or improve at all. So it's really important, if you are into a kind of music, just to keep making it. You don't have to release everything. And I think sometimes I'm saying this to myself when I'm telling you this. But one thing I do enjoy is making techno. I love getting myself into the drums, sound design. But I feel like for that, the groove of stuff, like I find it easier for me to like get that down and then start arranging it. Yeah, we love techno, don't we, Ali? I find the process of that more enjoyable than I do with hard house, mainly because of my history with the genre and my own personal like snobbery with it. You know. But yeah, like what I'm doing there is I'm giving you a compliment, Madda and Darren, because again, I also have seen your production skills go through the roof, and Unit Division, and Bosky. And do you know what? It's not even. No one really gives a fuck, do they? With hard house, it feels like that. I'm trying not to rant too much about this, but even when you're really, really good at making hard house, it's really difficult to get kind of like, not in our group, I don't think, but you know, like the top bit. It's quite difficult to get rant more. It's quite difficult to get in there. Like, for example, two really good examples just come to mind, right? Kid Dynamo and Random But Raw. I played their tracks. Gary O'Connor as well. I played their tracks more than any of the hard house producers. Those three. I'm sure of it. Yet, I've had personal conversations with two of those people. And both of them have told me about their frustrations within getting music signed to certain labels. Not that that should be any indication of how good you are or respected you are as a producer, but I think there's a lot of gatekeeping in hard house. Matt Clarkson is another one. And Matt Clarkson as well engineers for a lot of people, as does Random at Raw. And I do feel that Pat Glenn is another one. So many are coming to my mind now. What's the incentive? But that's what's unique about our scene, I think, is because the incentive is never really to make money. But it's okay for that to be the incentive, by the way, as well. But it is fun. And I tell you now, being respected from the inside of the industry is really important, I think. And it will happen if you are continuously working hard. It doesn't matter where you are on a flyer. None of that shit matters. But I see you, and a lot of other people see you. Me and Dave Gray, owner of Cheeky Tracks, when he comes round, we put the world to rights, or the hard house scene world to rights a lot of the time. And we always put, credit where credit's due. Always. Yeah, there's so many of you. And Dean Richardson is another one. Dean, your production has gone so... And again, it's all because I know this now because of doing the demo. We've done the demo drop for maybe a year and a half now, every single week near enough. So, System Failure, wow. Oh, that's fantastic, mate. You've got a good teacher there. You've got a very good teacher there. Experience is everything as well. But I've seen a lot of you coming up through the ranks because of getting your music, your works in progress, the stuff that I wouldn't normally have seen, because usually you just send DJs the promos, or the label that it gets signed to sees the label, sees the promos, or sends the promos. So yeah, it's been a really unique perspective now to see where everyone's at. Tony Perkins as well. So many who are doing this sort of untidy feel stuff. So I would say, just keep doing that. And if you can't get signed to one of the bigger labels, please don't stress about that. Don't see it as a reflection on you. There's so many other smaller labels now. A lot of you guys have got your own labels going. It's easier than ever. You get yourself on Distro, Bandcamp, keep all your money, So, yeah, it's like I say, it's been a privilege to see you all week in, week out. Speaking of privilege, no. I'm a secret social justice warrior. Woo! Hi, Martin. Drew Klooped, are you on Bandcamp? Put your link in the chat then. Put your link in the chat. Okay, next up we've got Mark Ross. And this one is called, what is it? Digital Dynamite. LM, there it is. the wrong button then. So that was Mark Ross and Digital Dynamite. So my initial discipline as a classically trained pianist told me, like, at parts of the riff with the bass line progression was out, or it wasn't, it felt disjointed. However, because of the sinisterness that runs through this track, I now feel that I can hear that more as expressive rather than unharmonic or disjointed or discord. But it's discord, but in a good way, because it resolves itself. Kind of like with diminished chords, you can have that resolve as long as you have the resolution within the music theory of the track. Yeah, it makes it sound like mystic, kind of like with techno, where a lot of techno is written in the Phrygian scale. So it's got this sinister. It's got this like urgency to it. But if that's repeated over and over again, like ostinato, it will become tuneful. It will feel okay. It's very clever, because the way that it plays with my discipline or my knowledge of music theory, but in a way that it makes me feel like how, because music moves us through. The music is moving, it can beat them back and forth. It's my feeling, I think I've lost my phone. You know, those aren't just words. They're not just lyrics. They're facts. The music is moving, okay? It moves us. Takes us from A to B. Or A to B to C to D to E to F. Back to A again. Then takes us to the bridge. Might leave us there for a little bit. Talking about leaving us there for a little bit. All right, Cortina. I love you guys. This is so much fun. Oh, I know, Rennie. Oh, talking about holding us somewhere, I felt like the fake drop was a bit too much, Mark. This one. I would have preferred that to roll straight in. Because it's too long. Because it's so long, it needs to go whack. It needs to whack you in the ball sack. That was the only thing that irked me. That was it. Futurist D&B, I'll have to get to that in a week's time. Have you been on here before? Because we've got loads. Do you know what? Oh, fuck it. I'm just going to put you in tonight. I'm going to put you in for tonight, because otherwise we won't get to you for like a week or so. So I'll put you in now. I'm putting you in the system. We're going to be here for a long time. But I'd rather do that than have to deal with you all after a weekender on the Tuesday. Not on Suicide Tuesday. I'm being really nice tonight. Usually I'm not this nice. Yeah, you want it to whack you in the ball sack. Get some big effects on the drop too. Yep. Martin Easton says, I did a mashup of that called Tina and System F Out the Blue, and I called it Moving Out. Oh my God, that's brilliant. You absolute ledge. Hello, Styles. Yeah, I've got the school run in the morning, but we're all right. Thank you. Inga Knowles. I don't know if I'm saying this right, but I see you in the chat all the time. Ingelnalos for resubscribing for 2 months now. Thank you so much for supporting me. Everyone welcoming DJ Ali Wilson as well, who's just followed. Yeah, Ali, I want you to get involved on this demo drop show we do. Like, everyone would definitely benefit from your experience and wisdom. So yeah, Mark, again, I really like that. Someone mentioned about hyperreality. Mark Ross has got quite a few releases out on hyperreality. I think he was in here earlier. I don't know where he's gone. He was here, but now he's not. Who else is here? Ferg's in. Is Ferg still here? I want to try and prioritize people who are in here, but I don't mean that means when you've heard your song that you can just go and fuck off. I want you to stay around to help everyone else. Yay! Okay, Ferg, we've got yours now. And this one is called Weekend We Made It. I like this one. Where is it? There it is.
We made it. Don't wanna open up my eyes when it's Monday. Don't know how I do survive when it's only Tuesday. Time always moves so slow when we get to Wednesday. Find me at my all-time low, going in on Thursday. When Friday's here, it's all so clear and I feel alive again. It goes so fast, let's make it last, 'cause we made it, we made it, we made it to the weekend. We made it. We made it. We made it to the weekend. We made it. We made it, we made it, we made it to the weekend. We made it.
One Ferg 94 Weekend in brackets. We made it. I like that. I like how that was presented. One thing I can really take from this is how after a very, very quick listen to it just before the show, just to ascertain whether or not it's listenable for the show. Obviously it is. Listening to it one time through just now, I'm already singing along with it. We made it to the weekend. It's relatable. It's memorable. You know? Can you send it me again, please, Perkmeister Funk, because I've missed a lot of them. I've tried to put loads of them on tonight. Because I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Next week. Not like I physically will be, but mentally I won't. So just send it me over now and I'll put it on the list. We've got a long one tonight, so strap in. So yeah, I love this. Really well produced. If I saw that in my playlist, in my record box playlist when I'm doing my normal DJ sets, like I'd play it because I would remember it from the title of it by just one listen. Yeah, I always do the full weekender. Like when I do normal gigs, I'm in and out and I'll just drive. I'll drive there, I'll say a quick hello to everyone, and then I just get home because I miss my studio. I live it in my studio. So I usually and I'm quite introvert in a lot of time. But the difference is when you're at a tidy weekender, the attention's not. There's not just me there, so it's not like you're DJing at an event and you're like headlining or on a lineup, and like people are just. It's more laid back and like. It's like a family for me. Everyone who goes there, it's my time to like go and see everyone and also, of course, meet up with you guys. We're meeting up on the Saturday at 3 p.m. outside the Queen Vic or inside the Queen Vic if the weather's not very nice. I'm feeling a lot better in myself now mentally than I was like say 10 years ago. When I was going through a lot of upheaval in my life, I feel really strong now as an individual. And with your support, you know, we've built up this community, and I'm so proud of it. That like one of the ways that I can like show that, other than showing up every single day on Twitch with you guys, is to really cement our relationship with each other by coming and, you know, spending time with you in person. It's really important to me. You know, there's one thing that COVID and getting older in general and losing friends recently. We've lost friends through suicide, through car crashes, COVID. And one thing that all of this has taught me is that time's precious, and I don't want to keep saying to people, yeah, we'll meet up, you know, at some point, and then we don't, and then you hear some bad news. So it's been really important for me to like get out of the house more and communicate and see you like in the flesh. And I've even got name tags made up. Let me just go and get them. Hang on. I've got everyone name tags, so then when we meet up, we can all put those on. Hello, my name is, and you write your name. You write your name on there, like your proper name or your Twitch name, so that I can just know who you all are. Because one, I'm shit with names. Two, I'm going to be really, really high, not anxiety, but a bit of anxiety when I meet you all. So I forget people's everyone called cunt. Yes, exactly. I don't want to just forget who everyone's name is, because I hate forgetting people's names and I hate getting people's names wrong. So because I know what I'm like, and I'm going to be so excitable and, you know, a bit anxious, I'd like us all to wear our name badges so that I can see who everyone is. So, yeah. Ali says I can just about remember my own name. So I just thought it'd be a nice idea. We'll meet outside on the grass outside the Queen Vic if it's a nice day. And if it's not, we'll just be inside the Queen Vic. But I'll be there from 3 p.m. So, and then, yeah, we call everyone Dave. So it's important to me. It's because you guys are important. Every single one of you. Like, my mum she owned a pub. And a lot of you will know I lost my mum at a young age when I was 17. So she never got to see me be a DJ and all the rest of it. But weirdly, subconsciously, I've done something that my mum used to do. So my mum was always in this pub that we owned, that we lived in. It was a village pub. Everyone had their own place to sit. We had our locals. But my mum knew everyone's troubles. My mum knew everyone's worries. She'd always talk to these people. You know, a lot of the people who used to come in, they didn't have anyone else. There was one old man called Albert, I'll never forget him, who, he was extremely well off, but he lived in a very, like, poor way. Like, he looked homeless, but he wasn't. Obviously had a few mental health issues. And he died in the pub. He died in his favourite chair, and you know, it was down to my mum's caring nature, that because he would have known that he was going to pass, and it was down to my mum's caring nature that he knew that he would be safe there. And in a really strange subconscious way, this is my pub with you guys. You know, you're my community and I care deeply about you. you know, even before we had Twitch, there's a few of you in the chat who I've been friends with for a long time. Some of you I've not even met you in person, but I plan to. I'd really do. And the best place for us to start that will be at the Tidy Weekender. So, yeah, it means a lot to me. You bunch of cunts. Oh, dear. It really does. You know, life's very short, so we've got to enjoy ourselves while we can. So wear your fucking name tags so I know who you are. You didn't, did you, Rennie? Life was simpler then. But yeah, Ferg94, keep them coming, please, babe, because I really enjoyed this. I'm going to be playing this in my hardcore sets if that's okay with you. Thank you, Perkmeister Funk. Love you. I'll get yours in the system as well. Let's get the next one on. Next, we have got Electronate, who I've known for a very long time. And Electronate calls me his DJ godmother, I think it is, isn't it? But Electronate is... do you want to tell everyone a little bit about yourself, Electronate, in the chat? And it's really good to see that you've come over to Twitch. The Hard House meetup is going to be at the Weekender. Saturday from 3 p.m. So, this is Electronate and it's North Star Sigil. Fairy DJ Mother, that's it. Yay! I'll take that. There you go, guys. That's Electrone and North Star Sigil, I think that says. Arptrix, aka Artist Sick. Thank you so much for raiding. How was your stream? And hello, Jacinta. Hello to everyone else who came in on that raid. Thank you to Tom Deacon Jelly. For following as well. I really, really like this tune. It wouldn't be something that I would play in a DJ set. But you know what is even better than that? This would be a driving song for me. This is something that I could listen to. You know, if you're in a reflective mood. I also like the fact that you've explored a bit more with the melody and you've not like contained it to 8 bars or 16 bars. Like, I quite like that idea. I like the fact that you've given yourself free rein in that way. It's rare because trance isn't even your main genre. Well, it's a weird thing, isn't it? There's a psychological thing that happens. Sometimes we call it beginner's luck, Murphy's law. Oh, that's the opposite of it. Sometimes making something for the first time in a new genre, you've got no hang-ups, hold-ups, no history with it. So you can just go for it a lot more. I think a lot of us who are producers will remember, you know, in the early days when you first start producing and you're like, oh, that was fucking mint, that. And you're like, oh, I know how to do it. Like, and you think every track's going to be like that. No. Because the more that you start to try to create that again, it's almost as if it gets harder. Because we try too hard. Yeah, you're not constrained. Yeah, it's a really good thing to be free with your music. And I think that's what I found again with, you know, I was saying earlier about finding it difficult to make hard house. I think the reason for me, another one of the reasons why I find it difficult to make hard house is because it's very formulaic, and that is not me being disrespectful or negative about the genre, because it's one of my favourite genres to DJ. But there are very rigid rules to hard house. There's certain arrangements that are expected. There are certain BPM that's expected. There's certain sounds that you need to use to make it authentic, you know, even down to the percussion, 909s, crisp hats, certain patterns. If you're going quite high in tempo, you can forget about any groove or a little less groove. The sounds need to be sounding a certain way. Because I think a lot of that is because it is sample based. It was all taken from other genres, borrowed. So because of that, I feel for me in my tangentful expressive ways, that can be a bit too much reining in. However, it's really important to rein yourself in as well when it comes to making music. When it comes to making, especially dance music, for a specific reason. Amber tangent never. Yeah, it's great to be creative and free. However, it's also, if you're finding it hard and you're struggling with keeping to structures and arrangements and certain sounds, try to do it more, because both aspects, and remember, a lot of music production is philosophy. A lot of it is philosophy. Thanks for my hug there, goes to Phoebe Sean. The philosophy of making music. So, you know, a lot of it is just talking about it in this kind of a way, in these kind of ways. But get good at doing it both ways. Like, for example, a project on my uni course, one of the modules was to make music for the music for the moving image. So you're making music for films. So I chose sci-fi and horror, and it was a very, very different style or method, and even down to my workflow of making music, because there was no structure in terms of, there was no quantizing, there was no sticking to a time signature. It was all very free. So it's like no grid. Nothing's like snapped to grid. It didn't really matter what the BPM was of the project when making it. And a lot of the sounds that I was using were from the contact libraries, brass orchestras, piano. Yeah, it was a really interesting module. I got a very high mark in it as well. A sinister waltz. Love it. But I found that project really interesting. And that taught me something that I didn't even know before. I didn't even know that I might like making music for the moving image. But I found, for me and my personality and my expression, I found that not being bound to 4/4 was allowing me like complete free range to express what sounds you would expect to hear in a horror film or a sci-fi film. Yeah. And I got a really high... I've surprised myself with it, to be quite honest. Let me have a quick look. I'll see if I can find... Because they're only like 2 minutes long. I'll see if I can just find one of the things that I made for it. So... Year 2... Music production in context. So yeah. So this is I'll just play one of them. So these are the kinds of things that I was making. Well, this is one of the things I made. So yeah, there was there's quite a few of those that I did. I think it's about three or four of them we had to do in the assignment. All of them are quite. They have to feel like they're from the same vein, but they all had to be slightly different. But my point of showing you that is to, really try and get you to think about expression in music. Put a dunk on it. I should have put a dunk right at the end, shouldn't I? Like one of them's got like a really like scary shh right at the end, and then like glass harp sounds, and and it for me, like, I hate horror films, but I really enjoyed getting stuck in with that project. So yeah, like it's amazing that if you don't try these things, you'll never know. So there you go. But yeah, Electronate, please try and do some more of that kind of stuff, because I really enjoyed listening to that. Thank you for inspiring all of us in here as well, and inspiring that little chat as well, because it is good to express yourself, and it's good to break the mold, because there's one thing there is a bit too much of right now, and that is samey music. So next up we've got Futurist and Respect we're going to do. Hi again, Gav. Let me just find it. Where are we? Demo drop. Here we go. Sorry for blowing your ears off then, guys.
and respect.
Yes, mate. Cool. I've got your Bandcamp link now. So, guys, check out that link that I've just spammed in the chat there. That is Futurist D&B. Really like this. I like the Neurofunk vibes in this. Personally, been getting into Neurofunk over the last 6 months. I didn't even know it was a thing. I've been on... oh my God, my brain. Gouda, who is a D&B DJ here on Twitch. And he started playing some tracks that I thought at first were like modern D&B or something. I was like, what the fuck is this? And he's like, this is Neurofunk. And I'm like, oh! And then I spent like £100 on new Neurofunk. And this had some of those nice elements of Neurofunk in there. Really like the start as well. Really set the mood. So yeah, really liked it. Gouda, is that a cheese? I don't know. If it is, bring me some. Andy C elements and a bit of is that Dillinger or Dillinger? Oh, is Gouda your friend? Oh, he's amazing. So much time for that lad. Yeah, I really, really like this. Thanks, Kelly. Yeah. That's the thing with D&B, isn't it? You can't be in a bad mood when you listen to D&B. Some of it can be quite dark, but I like this kind of D&B. Stop talking about cheese, you lot. Oh my God. Honestly. I like to think sometimes that I'm like a school teacher and you lot are all like students in my classroom. Did you ever do that thing when the teacher used to go out of the classroom? I used to do this. So I always used to sit at the back of the classroom. And like, you know, when the teacher goes out, everyone starts talking. Like, I used to like to pretend to be the teacher. So from the back of the classroom, I'd just go, ah! And then everyone would turn around like, oh, teacher's back. And then it would be me like, ah, I made you turn around. In my best teachery voice. I've also done that as an adult at an after party and everyone still shuts up. It's like ingrained in us. I did it in the lunchroom, in the hall when we were having lunch. Just go, ah! And everyone always, without fail, will just go. Also, another tip. If you're anywhere and you've got a glass, I don't have a glass down here because it's a bit dangerous for me. Just tap it. But with an actual glass. And everyone thinks you're about to like do an announcement. I didn't have many friends at school. Moving on. Oh my God. No. Okay, next up we've got Pete Maxwell and Sean Whitley, and this is Nothing's the Same. So that is Pete Maxwell and Sean Whitley, Nothing's the Same. I wasn't expecting this in a really good way. I don't know if it's out for release. Uplifting Trance guy. It sounds ready for release if it's not already. I really liked it. I have been given a non-normalized version of it, which is nice because I get to see the waveform. So yeah, if you just join up Pete Maxwell's SoundCloud. It needs a master and it's not signed yet. Cool. I don't think you'll have any problem getting this signed. I think if you've not already got to the mastering stage yet and you're looking for some advice, I think what Ali said and a few others, I think Martin might have said it as well, about layering up your melody, the riff. And it does sound like you've got the bottom end sorted. Oh, there you go. Ali Wilson can master. Like you've obviously got room there. You can see by the shape of the WAV that you could definitely layer that up a bit. And the hardest thing is getting your kick and bass like gelled and sounding ace. I'm all right. Moby D said it's not original. Paul Clark wasn't interested and Moby D said it's not. Isn't it original? I don't know where the vocal's from. Are you John Doe cheap though? John Doe's gone up. I mean, he's good. He is good. I got one of my tracks mastered by him recently. 14 quid. Worth it though. But do you know what? It's always good to try different people with mastering as well. So it's an unofficial remix. What's it a remix of then? Because I don't know it. Okay, well, if you're having problems getting it signed, you've got two options, haven't you? You can just take out that vocal. And I was going to mention that vocal, I can't hear it very well. You know how much we talk about splice on here. Oh, it's a James Kitcher track. I know James really well. We should ask James. But further than that, because I can't say whether James would do anything with it or not. I mean, he's not into hard house. Well, he is because he does like freeform and stuff as well. But yeah, the riff and the vocal need to be brought up a lot. I couldn't hear the vocal in there. Now, this is sometimes a thing that can happen when you are used to making a certain style of music. When we're dealing with vocals, the vocal wants to get... Oh, you haven't even tried to get it signed yet. I don't think you'll have much problem. But that was number 2 thing I was going to go on to. But you've got a few options for number 1, regarding the vocal. You can either go back and, get this vocal coming out a bit, maybe like I think someone said about side chaining, maybe a little bit. It might give you a bit of room. Maybe just even a really simple bringing the volume of that vocal up. Or the other thing you can do is take that vocal out altogether. It's not a complicated bass progression. You could get onto Splice and find something that would go over the top of that quite easily, and something that was dry, well recorded, so that, it's at source, it's a good vocal. I don't know where you've got this vocal from this James Kitcher track, if it was ripped from an original, and if it has been, good luck with getting that cleaned up. I mean, I think there's one by Isotope now. I've not even tried it, which is apparently really good at isolating vocals, but I don't know because I've not used it. Yeah, Splice literally just put in the key of this track. I think it's in a major key as well, isn't it? Which is quite nice for a hard house tune. You could try that. Literally just play the track in the background and start auditioning vocals when you're going through Splice. You'll find something that will work, promise you, like within at the most 5 minutes. Splice is brilliant for that. And, you know, like those vocals on there are going to be royalty free. I think a lot of the time they're not even bothered if you say, you know, their name on the release. But check that, because some singers do want to be put on the title, artist title, and all the rest of it. So you could do that. Or, number 2, you could just give it away as a download, free download. And get yourself some exposure from it. And move on to the next thing. It's completely up to you at the end of the day. I'd say it's nearly ready to go, though. Was it a stem? Cool. Go back in the project then, see if you can bring that vocal out a bit more. There's a really good one that I've been using. Fuck you, brain. I can't even think what it's called now. I think it starts with N, but it probably doesn't. I think it's by Isotope and it's 4 vocals. And that's all I've got right now. It's really not helpful, is it? I'll try and remember what I'm trying to talk to you about. No, it's not Neutron. No. Right, I'm just going to open up FL. My sound should be all right. Let me just see if I can find it. Fuck off. I don't want to download anything. Oh, where is it? Nectar 3 it's called. Really, really good for... Yeah, Nectar. Really, really good for vocals, I found. It's even got a automatic one which will just listen to it and use its algorithms to give you what it feels is the best settings. But yeah, I found that quite useful. Yeah, I love FL Studio. I use FL and Ableton now. I had to learn to use Ableton for my point blank course and my degree. I'm in my 3rd year this year. Amber Nectar. But yeah. Yeah, make sure you come back, Ali, afterwards. Tell Matt I said hello as well. And I look forward to seeing you at the Weekender. Soothe, yes. For de-essing. I think I've got Soothe too as well. But yeah, you guys have got a good track there. And yeah, I think you work well together. So well done, guys. So, Unit Division's in, I think. You still there? If your track hasn't been played yet and you're still in the chat, let me know so I can prioritise your tracks as well. Unit Division tomorrow. Wow. As Kelly says there, cracking. Absolutely cracking. Really, really lovely tune. And I love the sentiment behind that. I've got yours in now, Perkmeister, yeah. I need Gav's and I need Andy's as well, who I'm just speaking to. I love the sentiment there that you said that it has helped you with struggling with your mental health. Yeah, I love that as well. I love the whole sentiment of not worrying about tomorrow. Carefree, and that is why it works so well with Piano House, because it's so uplifting. Everything that you need for a hit tune. Really lovely. Like that would be on a playlist for me driving. Like I'm singing it in my head already. Really, really nice. Unit Division, can you put your SoundCloud in the chat? So we can plug you. Thank you. Yeah, what did you use for the piano?
Anybody got time for that? Anybody got time for that?
Thank you, Jay, for joining us. Yeah, next level. I think this is a good sound for you. I was hoping you'd say Korg M1 because I've got that. Yay! Amazing. Was it Dreams piano by any chance? I always use Dreams piano on the M1. Not the M1, the Korg M1. But yeah, really like that. Thank you for putting your link in the chat as well. So I'm just going to spam that for you. Guys, make sure you show some love. I got bronchitis. Anybody got time for that? There's a fire. I thought someone was barbecuing. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. I got bronchitis. Anybody got time for that? Fucking love that. I went to get me a cold pop. I ran for my life. Oh my goodness. Right, next up we've got Tony Perkins and Audible. Here we go.
Greatest discoveries in the history of the world weren't somebody burning the midnight oil saying Eureka. It was somebody looking at some data and saying, that's odd. 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 That's odd.
Wow, Tony Perkins, take a bow, mate. Oddball by name, Oddball. It definitely sounds like it's the right name for the track. I liked the... what's the word for it that they use? Brain's not going to let me remember right now. There's a certain word for using natural sounds, like nature sounds. Well, it's not really nature sounds, but using the child's laughter in there in that way. It was really nice. Really, it's not something that I was expecting either. And that bit in the track will make me remember this track even more. Very organic, yes. And I bet this one is up your street as well, the Stupid Experts. Liking your prog and everything. Really nice proggy feel to it. I can imagine this being played at the beginning of an event. I think Electronate said about, could hear it being maybe played at a California desert rave kind of thing early on. Is your son laughing? Oh, wow. How wonderful that you're putting something so personal into your track. That's fantastic. Yeah, loved it. Absolutely loved it. Have you put your Soundcloud in the chat, please, Tony Perkins, Perkmeister, so that we can support you. So guys, when Perkmeister Funk puts their link in the chat, or whatever link it is that you use most, doesn't have to be SoundCloud, whatever it is, if we can all go and give him a follow, because obviously that's part of what we do here. We're all here for each other. We're here to listen to your music. Some of you get signed through this stream, through doing this every week in, week out. You don't know. Thank you, Mark Shelvin. Do you want to be his PA? What do you mean you don't know how to get your own bloody SoundCloud link? You need to learn. It's important. Do you know what? In all sincerity, this is half the problem with a lot of you who are very talented, is you do need to play the social media game a little bit. It's really important. I even have to tell Guy about, having a bit of social media presence. It's really important. So just get used to learning how to copy and paste links, even from your phone. Set up a little Google Docs and have all of your links on there. Linktree is a good idea as well, using Linktree, and you could just have everything, all of your portal, all of your links on one link for Linktree, and then it will open up and everything will be there. Honestly, it will, because you've got to understand that people need it to be easy for them to follow you. They need to have a clickable link in front of them right now. They're not going to go and Google you to find you. It won't happen. You have to make it easy for people. Okay, next up, Bouncing Forces and DJ Oscar, and this is My House. Yes, mate. Bouncing Forces and DJ Oscar, My House. Loved it. Like a lot of people in the chat said there, the triplet section, great switch up. A really good way to keep the energy, keep the interest. Yeah, especially with bounce music. Bounce music can be quite formulaic, quite, samey. This one wasn't. I loved the vocal. And I'm also not familiar with it either, which is nice. I don't mind hearing older vocals that I've heard before, but it's really refreshing to hear something that's new to me. To you. So yeah, I haven't really got anything else to add. I felt maybe sometimes it could be a bit more effects, like on the just before the drop. But then again, I'm always aware that that's usually a personal preference thing and no reflection on my enjoyment of the track at all. I liked it. Yeah, I really like that change in pace. I mean, with me if it's a good track because I'll just start like rocking out to it. So yeah, really well done, mate. Thank you so much for sending that in. Make sure you send me the Pervert song as well because I'd like to listen to that. Nice one, mate. Next up we've got System, Failure and Cheeky. guys like System Failure and Cheeky. So what are you all saying in the chat? Yeah, I like the kick. I think, I mean, I'm looking at the waveform, and the waveform's like, it's nearly wall to wall. So it's very, very limited or very compressed, either in your parts or afterwards on your master chain. You've really whacked it into, you know, into your limiter. It's almost brick wall. And I think sometimes when we do this, it can leave a track feeling a little bit flat. Because it's a shame, because I can hear all of the individual parts. They just need a bit more room. They just need a little bit more room. Yeah. Like, if you wanted to, you could go back into this project, take off the limiter, listen to it without the limiter. If you are making a track and you've got a limiter on your master all the time, so that it's clipping into your limiter, take it off, because you won't really learn how to shape your sounds and get things fitting if you're using a limiter all the time, because it makes it sound better, because it glues it, you know. That's why we use one. Unit Division says I never use a limiter. I don't. The only reason I have a limiter on my master is if I'm using hardware, just so I don't blow my ears off, or if I'm doing like FM synthesis or something where I'm fucking around with stuff, and like at any point something could just, like, you know, be excruciatingly loud. Thank you, Uplifting Trance Guy. So yeah. JD says, play some music, please. Can someone explain to him, please, what we're doing here? Sake. Oh, fuck. Thank you, Richie. Oh, I mean, Mr. G. Thank you. Okay, so thank you. Yours is next, by the way, Drew Clute. So yeah, I would try that. I would try the limiting, taking the limiter off. I liked the vocal. I found it really, like, weird, but in a really good way. And I also like some of your weird percussion. It sounded very organic. It sounded like someone was hitting buckets, and it had some like crazy like reverb on it. And I like that. I think you can change it up a bit. I think instead of having that that crazy vocal loop all the way through, you could copy that into a melody, into a synth line, something like that. Just break it up. I think it needs a breakdown at some point in there. It didn't really seem to have a breakdown as such, but I liked it. Yeah, I found it just fun to listen to. And if you are quite a new producer as well, I would say you are doing really well, and just keep up the good work. Well done, mate. And if you have got a link for your SoundCloud, can you please put it in the chat so we can spam it for you? Cool. So next up we've got Drew Clute. After that, just so you know, it is The Overseer. Okay. So this is DDK, aka Dr. Drew Clute, and this is called Fug, F-U-G. So, Dr. Drew Clue, tell us the story behind this. Were you in a particularly good mood that day, yeah? Mum told you to stop playing computer games. Took your PlayStation off you. Fuck you, bitch! It is a diss track, isn't it? It's beautiful. I love it. I really do. And yeah, your kicks, as always, perfect. Like, as a piece of music just to be admired. Like, I love it. It's just brilliant. Especially knowing your methods and the way that you personally make your music. Like, you're so authentic. You're so you. I like the fact that he's keeping this style alive. What do you think, Rennie? You know, a good idea is a good idea. Sometimes you can over-engineer stuff. Like, this is raw, and it's raw energy. And I think I like it. I think I like it a lot. I know Drew Clute knows that already. But yeah, it's always an honour when I see a track of yours in my inbox. Yeah, do you know what? It's not ever been my style, I didn't think, but like, I know good music when I hear it. I know when like someone's making something good. Even if like I don't understand it, I can take that out of it and still listen to it objectively. To the point now where I'm actually liking it. I really like Gabba. That I don't know how to mix it, but I don't care because I like the noises. The noises in it make me feel good in my body, you know? So what more can you ask? So yeah, nice one, mate. Again, thank you. Next up, we've got the Overseer. And this one is called Help Me. Here we go. Hang on, where is it? There it is. go, guys. That's the Overseer and Help Me. Gaz is in the chat at the moment. Says, cheers everyone. Yeah, I mostly make old school Euro style hard trance or early hard style stuff. Yeah, I've got quite a few of your tracks already. Guys, please go and follow Gaz the Overseer. I like this track. I feel it could be stronger in some places, but I feel that you probably know that already if it's a work in progress. The sounds are great. I like the placement of stuff. I like the question and answer. I like the melody. Reminds me a lot of Dark by Design as well. But yeah, like, I mean, again, another difficult type of music to make is European hard trance. I love it. Yeah, it is really good. Do you know what I'd like in there if there isn't already? Or if there is, maybe make it more prominent. An acid line, like something like that's quite like mid-rangey, taking up quite a bit of space. I'd quite like that. Switch it up a bit. Maybe a bit more of a string in there, high string. Amber can't help you with European hard trance. No one can. Yeah, your stuff's really good, mate. Really is. And yeah, it's nice to have you on here. Yeah, I think an acid line would be brilliant in this. But it's pumping. It feels a bit scrappy at the moment. The plucky part isn't quite right. Yeah, but it's coming together. You know this, otherwise you wouldn't have sent it in. Yeah, I think a full-on acid would be pretty cool. But yeah, that's going to be a banger when it's done. Already, you can tell without a doubt. It's got its fundamentals there. Yeah, defo. Do you know, sometimes that's all it is. I've started to do that now when I'm making a track. Instead of putting in the bells and whistles, and what I mean by that is cymbal crashes, effects, risers, snare rolls, things like that. I actually have started to put them in near the beginning, or at least when I start to arrange, or maybe a bit before, just so I can get a feel for it. Because when you put those things in, it begins to fill up the space around things, and it also helps the sections to start to, transition better into each other before you've even finished, really working on sounds as such, because you get more of an idea of how it's going to sound at the at the end product. There's so many stages to music production, so many things to think about, and I honestly feel like, for me, I find it hard to do everything in one studio session. I like sometimes just to sit there and work on my drums, and maybe in another section in another session on fresh ears, do another mix down, maybe do some sound design, making a synth lead sound or something, or working on a riff, and trying not to rush any part of that. Can take a while, but I mean, when you get used to that, people can make tracks in 4 hours, can't they? That's that's a thing. Wankers. Yeah, thank you, darling. I enjoyed listening to that. Yeah, that's a really good tip, Gaz. Trying to mix it with other tracks, and see how it sounds. Yeah, I like that. I do wish my music's a system failure. You'll get out of that habit. Sometimes we rush stuff because we want people to hear it as well. Sometimes we need to just let an idea, give it time. I've sat on some tracks for 11 months, even more. Chemdog, thank you very much for following, mate. Also, JD, thank you for following earlier as well. But yeah, don't rush it. But also don't take your time too much as well. Make sure sometimes you can even like set a timer and give yourself a time frame for creative blue sky thinking ideas, whacking ideas in your project. And then maybe have like a section or even another session for like intricate editing. Bosky says, I've only stopped rushing since I moved to making trance, but that's because I find it so much more detailed and intricate. There you go. And that's building up your muscles in your ear as well, and the way that you're able to detect different frequency areas. Like a lot better than what, normally we can. That's why I always say to my students about DJing different styles, different genres of music, because they each demand a different style of DJing and transitioning between the tracks. And you have to listen out for different things. And then when you go back to your preferred genre of DJing, you've learned different skill sets, and it even more finely tunes and hones in your ear. It's honestly, that's something that will really up your DJing game, is to try other genres. Okay, next up, Bosky, Something to Fight For. Those of you who know Bosky will know that Bosky has recently been given a diagnosis of MS. But he's going to be okay. He's making a lot of life changes. And he's been very inspirational, not just to me, but to a lot of us in our community, after finding all this out and going for MRI scans. He even made a track out of the sounds in the MRI machine that he got scanned in. How cool's that? And how amazing is that? What a great way to take back your power. Because it must have been scary. Yeah, I can remember that track. I don't know where it is now. But yeah, if you want to listen back to that, you'll be able to find it on YouTube. But yeah, it was such a cool idea. It'll be up on the YouTube. I'm sure Bosky knows where it is as well. Yeah, it was a really cool idea. Because there's some really weird noises in that machine. So yeah, here we go. This is Bosky, Something to Fight For.
struggled a long time with surviving. No matter what, you keep finding something to fight for. I get in trouble down there. You make every shot count. Shot count.
That was Bosky, lads. Something to fight for. The layers in that are really lovely. There's a lot of depth to that. It's very meaningful for a hard house tune. It reminds me of Black Dogs. And that kind of like UK hard trance, freeform kind of crossover. Freezing Point Records. That kind of era. That kind of hard house. Like the London sound. Really liked it. It's crazy, isn't it, how when you've got shit going on in your life, you can literally use alchemy, changing base metal into gold, or in this case, turning the energy of being in some kind of peril and then, you know, transcending that into something creative like music. You know, this that's why being creative is so ingrained in and entrenched into us as human beings. Because when you create something, you're expressing yourself. We've all got it in us, but you know, a lot of us forgot to make time to be creative. See, James, yeah, but you've got to be gentle with yourself. You know, there's reasons why it's difficult for you personally to sit down and do the work, do the thing. You know, like with anyone who's neuroatypical, neurodivergent, it's about finding a way to harness energy. That's all it boils down to. It's all any of this boils down to. It's how to channel that energy. Like for example, I used to waste a lot of energy arguing, for the hell of it sometimes. You know, like when you're younger, having a tantrum. It's quite a female energy thing to do, you know. And, you know, it'd make me feel better momentarily, but I wouldn't really like understand how to like channel emotions, you know, what stuff. I mean, we do this in a kind of a way. Like when I was bullied at school, because I felt powerless with that, the only way I could take back my power when I was being bullied was to go into my own world with music and go into my own world with like learning about computers. I understood computers. People were tricky, but computers, I knew where I was with them. So we can do it, but I don't think we need to have, you know, we don't have to get bullied in order to do that, although it fucking helps. In a weird way. You know what I'm like? I always find a positive hidden intention in everything. But yeah, the alchemists were clever. But we are all alchemists. We've all got the ability to transcend pain. We've all got the ability to transcend our emotions. In fact, it's a really important part of personal growth. That's why it's important to be creative in whatever way you can. It's just energy. It's just moving energy from one state to another. Simple. So we've got loads in tonight. Futurist, D&B. I can only ever do one per person on each show, but please do send in another one for another show. I'd love that.
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Thank you, Frankie Knuckles 1, for following. So yeah, Bosky, you are really making something from this issue that you're having, this life situation that you're in right now. And I totally respect that and can relate to it. And I think you're doing brilliant. And I know that it makes all the difference when it comes to getting better. So there you go. No, I know we're very deep, aren't we, here? But this is what you get. You know, I haven't gone through, we haven't all gone through shit for nothing. You've got to find a way to feel better about being powerless in your life and turning it into a superpower. Be that like when C. James was saying there that he wishes he could sit down and do the thing. You will find a way, mate. I think in ways you already are, because you're taking notice of this stream. I would recommend that you just put on YouTube tutorials. Even if you don't really understand the door, of Ableton or whatever. Have it on in the background because you're surrounding yourself with music. Maybe your thing might be art. I mean, I know you personally, see, James, that your taste in European hard trance is always really, really good. So that's a good starting point for you. And then you just got to do it. You've got a lot of support here. MS hasn't got me. I got MS and I'm in charge. Yay! I like that. There you go. Exactly. You don't want to become your illness. When you start referring to yourself as being or having this, as if it's like it's part of you, it can overtake everything. When people say, like, oh, I don't know, oh, I'm really OCD. Well, get better at it then, maybe, if you can. Oh, I've got such bad anxiety. Oh, well, maybe don't drink 3 cups of coffee a day. Start somewhere. Start small. Obviously, it's different when you've got, a mental health condition. But you've got to find your way of doing it. Good example, my uncle, he was a paranoid schizophrenic and an amazing artist. Managed to find a way to channel it. We can all do it. You've just got to find what it is. Try everything once and see what you think. It could be pottery. It could be photography. It could be writing blogs. You've got everything at your disposal now, guys. You've got very, very cheap internet. You've got YouTube. You can go live. You can share yourself with all of these people. You could even do OnlyFans if that's what you want to do. Just do something. Fuck what anyone else thinks. Okay, next up we've got Lena. And this is Dark Matter. Hey, listen, even on OnlyFans, someone's going to be into your shit, aren't they? So. Oh. There we go. That is Lena and Dark Matter. Lena, I absolutely love this one as well. I really like your last one. Very proggy, really nicely spaced, balanced, journeyful. I don't think you're going to have any problems getting this signed. It was a joy to listen to, and I would have this track on when I'm in a contemplating kind of a mood, you know? Thinking mode. Good for driving? Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Really liked it. Thank you so much, babe, for sending it in. And yeah, guys, please follow Lena on her... we've got like a load of artist pages here. So follow that link and give her a follow. So I know you got quite a lot of support with your last track as well. So I'm really excited to see what happens with this one and who picks it up. I don't think you're going to have any problems getting it signed, like I say. You're welcome, babe. Really well done. Let's give you an air horn. Yeah! Right, next up we've got Griffin. And here's where it ends. Yes, mate. Griffin, here's where it ends. Again, I think it was you who listened to another track in this vein last time, and gorgeous. Really gorgeous. I love the vocal. I like the modern production on this. The modern feel on it. The drums. Really just well done. So yeah, guys, please make sure you go and follow Griffin. Again, one of those people that's making really good music. And we need to get more followers for you, mate. That's what we need to do. Yeah, really, really good. Really like the low mid sound that runs through. Yeah, it's really heavy. Very solid. Yeah, I like the bass as well. Nice one, guys. Next up, we've got Just in Time. Sweet as Pocket remix. And it is Andy who sent this in. Andy Patterson in the chat. So, Andy, is it your remix or is your DJ name Just in Time? Because I know another Just in Time. I didn't like it. I loved it. Yeah, exactly. That's the artist name. Okay, so yours is a remix of this. Okay. Okay, you need to make sure in future that you label your file a bit better, because all it says is Just in Time, Sweet as Pocket remix, AP. You have to put the full name in that, otherwise it's going to cause a lot of confusion. So, but this is a remix you've done of it then. Cool. It's all right. It's okay. I'm just letting you know for future. I'm glad that you've made that mistake here with the show, because that's part of your learning process, and not when you've sent it to a record label, because a record label won't give any second chances with stuff like that. They'll just be like, I don't know who this is. So always make sure that you label and put the metadata wherever you can on your tracks as well. Really important, because when you get sent so many files, it's really difficult to know what things are, especially when people just put the file name, the title of the track, and not put the artist or anything. It's fine when you're, on your own computer doing a project. We all do that. We all just have like the title of the tune we're working on as the save file name of the project. But when you come to do your final render, just make sure the copy that you're sending out has all of the details: artist name of the track, and then anything else like remix. Okay, here we go.
See if there's a sweet in my pocket.
Okay. Just in time, Sweet as Pocket. Andy Pattison remix. Oh, mate. Really, really like that. Banging trance is not easy to make either. Really good remix. And yeah, loads of energy. I like that as well, Gav. Yep. I think it sounds great. Unit Division says, sounds so clean, everything has its own space in the track. And that's so important for this style of music. Don't use too many percussion loops. Probably don't use any at all. You know, have individual hits. Really shaping your sounds. Letting everything breathe, having its own space. Side chaining. Yeah, not a lot of percussions needed. Just enough, yeah, and you can tell that is just enough there. It's not overdone. Great transitions between each area where you're bringing in your melodies. Yeah, it all flowed so nicely. So you should be very, very proud of yourself. Yeah, Gav makes a good point there. I wouldn't use any pre-made percussion loops for trance. Use them, but chop them up. Only use what you want out of the groove. If there are hits in there that you don't need or are too similar in their frequency range to like your rides or whatever, just take them out. Fruity Slicer, Simpler, or Sampler in Ableton. Even using like LFO tool on a loop or something in the effects chain. Kelly. You know, just so you're getting the bit that you need from that loop. You don't need to use the whole loop. You know, in a loop, just when you go through them and you're like, one catches your ear, just be aware of what it is from that loop that's making you you know, what part of it is from that loop that you're picking out, and just use that bit. Going through loops can be so helpful just to get a groove going and filling in spaces around your other hits. That's why I like FL Studio pattern mode for that, because you can just see in front of you like where things are, where there's a space to fill. It's Waves one knob pumper I use sometimes. Nice. Cool. Well done, mate. Really liked it. Thank you so much. Next up, we've got G-Bomb Donk Doug Gav Hobbs Retro Radio Mix. That is not easy to say. Wow. That's mental. I should hate that because of the discord of the melody wasn't really in tune with the bass. It kind of made sense. And then, you know, when we get to like yeah, it is fucking weird. It's a really fucking weird tune. But it works. But you need to understand why it's working, Gav. You need to know the rules before you break the rules. Yeah, it's jaggy sounds and stuff, but I think if every single track you did was like, I don't know, it's just my opinion, because as soon as I was going to say if they were all like this, it would all sound like wrong. I don't think it would. I think I'd grow to like just be okay with that, because it is, you know, it's quite pumping, but like I'd say learn some music theory, just so that you understand like where this is feeling disjointed, and you can always do that as like a little, you know, thing for yourself, but knowing why like people would pick up on that. Sometimes putting an element out of key makes a track sound better even though it shouldn't. Yeah. And there's a sweet spot with that as well, because of detuning. You know, like when you're making a synth sound, you're using oscillators, more than one oscillator, to open up the sound and give it more texture. We detune anyway, so it kind of makes sense. Okay, Lena, see you in a bit. Love you. Gav says, I make weird stuff. I struggle with genres. You just need to do a little bit of music theory. If you so desire anyway, like you don't have to. But it might help. It might help you to make better conscious decisions with the tuning. But like your sound selection's great, the arrangement's great, the feel's all there. Like you're further along than you think. I wouldn't want to steer you away from whatever it is that you're doing too much. But I would recommend that you learn a little bit of music theory, because it will demystify a lot of things for you, and it might help you to get ideas down quicker as well. But that's all I'd say. Everything else, just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, just do a bit more theory. Just takes a bit of time to tune your ear to stuff. Like, you can end up going too much the other way and being too disciplined with it. I'm classically trained pianist, so for a long time, I didn't even like listening to the timbre of percussion elements in a track if they were not in a harmonic of the root note. And now, especially with hard house, that does not matter. If anything, it's like Unit Division said, I think, having stuff that's detuned and out a little bit actually adds to the texture and the feel. And we've had a few tracks tonight that have broke that mold as well. But like I always say, know the rules and then break the rules. But yeah, I think whatever you're doing there, just keep doing it. Nice one, babes. Well done, Gav. You get bored of it easy, I know, right? Fucking snore. But it will help. And once you get it, it'll click and you'll enjoy it a bit more. Look up the circle of fifths. Or if you DJ as well, just have a look at something like Mixed in Key, which works on the Camelot wheel, which is basically the circle of fifths. You'll find a way to enjoy it. There's loads of good tutorials on YouTube for free on that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, Mixed in Key would help, defo. But the problem with Mixed in Key, because they've got their own Camelot wheel, it kind of forces you. It's like buying Apple, because it's got their own software and then everything works with that Apple device or whatever. Mixed in Key just works off the Camelot wheel, which is basically the circle of fifths. So if you want to be able to take your knowledge to anywhere without having to have Mixed in Key software with you, then just do the circle of fifths, because that's all the Camelot wheel is. They just use their own codes but it's basically working off the same principle of harmonics of scales. So yeah, I hope that does help some of you. Lee McNeil, and this is Tribe. Yes, mate. Lee McNeil and Tribe. Great name for this. Very tribal. Tech trance. You know, taking it back to the old school almost as well. On that tech trance tip. This is something that I'm definitely going to play. The drums are great. I love your hi-hats. Yeah, nothing to add. I like the vocal. I'm not sure whether I know that vocal or not. It sounded a bit like that. You'll play house some more. But I don't know if it is. If it is that, then you've used it really well. But yeah, I liked it. I liked how you used that as a mantra. I've got a pack with loads of African vocal samples. Good work. Good work. All ties in with the Tribe feel and the drums. So good. And it's really got a... It's, you know, you've pulled that all together. So it's got a personality, this track. Tracks need that. If you're gonna remember a tune, it needs to have a personality. It needs to become a character. It needs to tell a story, or it needs to be a character. It needs to have some kind of like substance to it in that way. And this definitely does. Really proud of you, mate. And yeah, I'm glad that Discover Dark has got this. They're a good bunch there, over there as well. They'll look after you. So yeah, nice one, mate. Make sure you send in some more now. You know I like my tacky shit. Okay, next up we've got Janus Lovering. I hope I haven't said his name wrong. I don't think he's in at the moment. I'm not sure though. Janus Lovering. I think he DJs here on Twitch as well. But he sent in this track and it's so nice. Such a good tune. Here we go.
Let that shit go. Stop holding on. We're here to lift you up. We're here to make you feel like you never felt before. Come with me now. We're gonna go someplace good. We're gonna dance. We're gonna have a good time. Come on. Yeah.
I made up my mind that we're right here on time. What's the worst that can go wrong? Gotta make a move, gotta make a move, gotta make a move, cause I'm a groove maker. Gotta make a move, gotta make a move, gotta make a move, cause I'm a groove maker. Don't get lost in sinking. Find that ship make a move. Gotta make a move. Gotta make a move. Cause I'm a groove maker. Gotta make a move. Gotta make a move. Gotta make a move. Cause I'm a groove maker. Gotta make a move, gotta make a move, gotta make a move, cause I'm a groove maker.
So there we go, Janus, Lorvring and Groovemaker. How good is that tune? The vocal reminds me a bit of Cassius, When the Sun Goes Down. Was it? Could even be the same singer. Really nice to hear an original vocal. But it's original for me anyway. I've not heard that vocal before. The pianos are great. I love the little flutter of the organ, old school organ, little stabs in there. Not too much going on, just enough. Great little groover. Really nice to listen to. Thank you very much, Janus. I loved it. I'm going to be playing that on a Sunday very happily. For a long time. Definitely. Okay, next up we've got Memphis and Jerksey. Or Jerksey, I think it's. Sorry, that was a bit loud. There we go. That was Memphis by Jerksy or Jerksy. Not sure how to pronounce it. From the UK. Guys, if you can go and give them a follow. How good was that? Gorgeous. Very well produced. Again, great pianos, lovely melodic house. I really, really, really like that. Thank you so much for sending it in, mate. Yeah. It's always nice when we get someone new who's so obviously good at making music. So inspiring. It's crazy, isn't it? There's so much good music out there from quite unknown sources. This has been one of the great things about doing this show is being exposed to all this new music that I wouldn't have probably heard of. That's why it's important to come away from Beatport, top tens, and get yourselves on Bandcamp, go searching, find some independent labels, independent artists to listen to. And if you are one of those independent artists, get yourself on Spotify, get yourselves on Bandcamp, DistroKid, start to get your music out there under your terms as well. So you're not waiting around for labels. I mean, I run 4 labels. I can be a nightmare to get things out the door, and released. At least, if it's your music and it's your label or you're releasing independently, you've got full control and obviously you get your money. Get yourselves PRS registered as well, please, for the love of God. DJ D-Mart, thank you very much. Can I put a tune on? Are you new? I think you are, aren't you? You've just arrived. This is called the demo drop. What we do is we listen to your music. I know they've been loading tonight, haven't they? And part of that is to talk about the tracks after we've played them. It's not a DJing show in that respect. It is about helping you guys with your music productional journey. So it's a bit of a different show to normal. It does involve a bit of talking. So if it isn't your thing, that's absolutely cool. But if it is, stick around. Electronate, you're in the right place. But yeah, I really, really like that one. Hi, Kerry. PRS. DJ Marty, you're going to get banned if you carry on with that attitude. I'll put a tune on when I'm ready. Oh my God. Isn't it past your bedtime? Oh, I can't be asked. I can't be bothered because you're going to come back with a witty thingy anyway. I'm just banning you. I can't be asked today. Honestly, just don't even bother. Okay. DJ The One says this has been utterly fascinating for me. It is, isn't it? It is. Yeah, PRS is really important. PRS stands for Performing Rights Society. So it was not witty at all. I can't be asked about it anymore. I'm 40 years old now. I don't even find it fun because all it does is distract me from being able to say helpful stuff to you a lot. So it can just go away. I know it might be harsh, but I don't care. I don't care. We're not here for attention seekers. You're so welcome, Rome's. Collect moments, not things. Yeah, I like that. So if I just find the PRS website, PRS for Music collects your music for you. So anytime that your music is being played on the radio, in bars, in clubs, that kind of thing, you will get your royalties collected for you. Especially important if you don't have publishing either. If you don't know what publishing is, then you probably don't have it yet. But I would recommend that you go and have a look at this website, PRS for Music. Get yourself signed up. We want shit music now. Hola. ¿Qué tal? Come on in. Been learning the old Spanish as well now. Getting quite good at it. Hola guapos. Hola guapas. So next up we have got DJ Mr. Mister, and this is Funky Shit. Give it up there for DJ Mr. Mister. Oh. I love the energy in this. I really do. And I love how all of... Because it's a long track. It's 8 minutes 49. I mean, it's kind of standard for hard house. Yeah, so I said earlier in the chat there to DJ Mr. Mister that in the breakdown there was some very piercing high frequencies, which is all right, like on a phone or, you know, listening at home. But as soon as you go into a club and it's like very, very loud volumes, those high frequencies will become ear piercing. So yeah, just tame those highs. That's all you need to do. Whatever it is, as in the string, whatever it is that's doing that, roll off around about 20k, 20 kilohertz. Maybe even bring it down a bit, like from there, because you'll still get the sound, but you don't need it high like that. But you know, that's a really common learning curve. But you know that, and I know some people do say that, oh, just roll off everything under 40 hertz or 30 hertz or maybe 20 hertz and everything above 20 kilohertz. But I wouldn't say do that on everything. I know that some people do say to just do that as standard, but I don't think you should. I think you should just do it when you need to. Yeah, just drop the EQ a bit. It'll be fine. Or it could be the resonant frequencies. So literally grab a bell curve and start sweeping through, finding where that ear piercing area is, and then reverse it down. Another way of doing it, if you've got Pro Q3, is wait for it to go purple and let it show you where those high frequencies are, and then you can just pull down those nodes instead of just doing a full sweep on it or a full bell curve down. It might just be certain frequencies that need to be surgically dealt with more specifically. But you'll know when you get in there. You obviously know about EQing and stuff because the rest of the track sound ace. You still want some sugar on top but not too much to see. Exactly, Jacob. I gave you a preacher's voice there. Yeah, FabFilter does have a setting for it, that's right. FabFilter Pro Q3 is all you'll need. Let it turn pink, that pinky purple colour, and then it will show you exactly where those high spots are. And then you just click it and it will create a node for you, and then just invert it, drag it down. Also look into dynamic EQ when using this method on things like hi-hats or vocals. If you have got resonant frequencies that you need to get rid of, but then when you get rid of it, it makes it sound boxy or flat, then maybe you can convert. Maybe it needs to be converted to a dynamic EQ node instead. FabFilter Micro. I've got that, but I don't think I've ever used it. But let me just open it up. One sec. Micro. Okay. Okay, so with micro's more like it's more like Volcano, isn't it? It looks like it's got some sort of like oscillator thing on it as well. You want to get, if you've got an EQ plug-in Any EQ plugin will allow you to do a node and then reverse it after looking for the resonant frequencies. Or just Google how to deal with resonant frequencies, EQ, something like that. And something will come up. Still learning. Yeah, that will be a game changer for you. If you can get the rest of your tracks sounding that good without using a lot of EQ or any EQ, then you're really good at choosing the right sounds and shaping your sounds. So I'm going to be really, really keen to hear what you do once you've got something like Pro Q3. FabFilter Pro Q3. Because if you're managing to get the rest of it sounding good and you're only using like micro. Oh, you're using FL? Cool. Yeah, you know these 7... You know on FL you've got EQ's FL, isn't it? Let me just have a quick look. FL, Fruity. I don't even use it. More plugins. Fruity EQ. What's it called? Fruity 7 band EQ. You can do it with that. But I would really, really recommend, or parametric EQ, yeah. I would really recommend that you do get FabFilter Pro Q3 because it is a game changer. What was I looking at then? Because I was looking at the 7 band. Parametric one, I'm sure I used to use that quite a lot with Patcher. Parametric EQ 2. Parametric EQ 2 is the one that I'm thinking of. Thanks, guys. Yeah. With the... wonder what the other one was then. Maybe it's the same one. I quite like Parametric EQ, the first one though as well, because I'm pretty sure that was the one where it was just knobs, wasn't it? So it was a different layout. You use Patcher with the EQ2. Brilliant. Yeah. EQ2 will do what you need to do. Just go in there and just do a filter sweep with a real high Q with a small, really narrow Q, and just sweep across on those high bits. Watch your ears, and when you find those resonant bits, then just invert it. It's so nice that you guys are using FL. Oh my god. Look at TDR Nova EQ plugin. It's free. Wow. We like free. Let's have a look. Paste. Has anyone else heard of TDR? Oh, look at this. Hello. Parallel dynamic equalizer. Very nice. Multi-band compression, wideband compression with it as well. Dynamic equalization. It's got dynamic EQ as well. That is pretty cool. Can't go wrong with free. I'll just put the link in the chat for you guys if you want to get a copy of it. There you go. Cheers, mate. Thanks for helping. So, next we've got Astornal featuring Dark Voice, and this is Flash. You're writing all it down. Brilliant. And Kotonikov. What's that then, Romes? Wow, I really like that, Astornal. Astornal is from Hungary. Oh my goodness! Nick, thank you so much for the raid. Hi! Welcome, raiders, come on in. Nick, have you sent me this track? I must have missed it before. Not you, Nick, who's just raided another one. Thank you for raiding us. Little legend. How was your stream? Too many Nicks, I know, right? You're just uploading it now. Okay, cool. So yeah, you have just joined us on the day that we do the demo drop. Good, I'm glad you had a good one. Excuse me. So, for those of you who don't know, on what day is it? Tuesday, we do the demo drop. So we listen to music from up and coming and some established artists. And we sit here and we all just basically talk about music. We talk about each other's music, give each other feedback. We follow each other on like SoundCloud, and you know, people have been signed after being heard on here. So if you are an aspiring artist, any genre at all, then please feel free to send in your music to the demo drop, to the thing that's there, to that email. Okay, so we're going to be listening to Nikki Adams' Lost. Now, a lot of you have heard me play Nikki's stuff. I play a lot of it on in my trance sets. I really, really do like your stuff, Nikki, and you've gone strength to strength. So I appreciate you. Right, let's get it on. Let's get it on. Where have I saved it? LMN, there it is. Nikki Adams, what an amazing tune. Like, your music is now leveled up even more. It really has. It was good anyway, but, you know, you've stuck at this and you've done more and more tunes, finished stuff, got yourself onto established labels, and it's all paying off for you now. I loved it. You know, the kick's nice and heavy. I love the acid line. I love that vocal. Like Amber, well put together. I don't know about that. Oh, I do wonder sometimes. Nikki, thank you for sending it over. You still hate the kick and low bass, Siberia. Yeah, well, you might not be the best judge of that because you've made it. So it could just be something that you're, you know, because you know how you've processed that. You know how you've gone about doing it. So there might have been something in that process that you weren't sure whether or not you should be doing it. But there was nothing that jumped out on my studio monitors whatsoever. So vocals from a royalty-free pack. Wow. Yeah, nothing to add, as Mr. G says. Yeah, it was good. I'm going to be playing this in my tracks as well. Everyone struggles with that bit, Nikki, but I don't think you are struggling. You might feel like you are, but that could just be you put a lot of time into the kick and the bass, which you should. You should. I think maybe if we don't struggle with that, then we're not maybe trying hard enough. Because it can be finicky. Sometimes we have to just like take the investment. If we've been spending ages like layering kicks and then it's not sitting with the bass, you got to sometimes make really like important decisions. Sometimes even if you spent 5 hours or maybe even 5 days working on any area of making a track and it's not working, don't make it fit. You have to just swap it out, try something else. It's difficult to do that though, especially when there's investment behind it. Send them a link of 10 hours of burps. Do you know what though? I do get it. I think some people don't like burping. I don't know I'm doing it. That's the problem. You know, and sitting here sometimes for hours on end, it can make you a little bit protective and a little bit defensive. But I'm not excusing it. I shouldn't have said it. And I'm sorry. But yeah, guys, thank you for being here. You can go and giggle at yourself now, Kelly. I'm going to go and chill the fuck out. And go and lie down in a dark room. Think about what I've done. And yeah, we'll pick this up again on Thursday. Who are we going to go to? Let's have a look. Where are we going to go? Mama Claire's on. Can we go to see Mama Claire? Mama Claire is one of my streamer friends, and I love her so much. She's always talking about interesting stuff as well. So we're going to go over there now, guys. We're going to go Maiden. And yeah, again to Shireen, I'm really, really sorry for shouting at you. I shouldn't have done that. I should know better. You were probably just joking around and I didn't see that. And give myself a stern talking to now. Yeah, I will see you all on Thursday, yes. Love you guys.